stay down, we'll fall. Won't you be good, man? We'll fall. I'll stay down, we'll fall. Won't you be good, man? We'll fall. I'll stay down, we'll fall. Won't you be good, man? We'll fall. I'll stay down, we'll fall. Won't you be good, man? We'll fall. I'll stay down, we'll fall. Don't you be good, man? We'll fall. I'll stay down, we'll fall. Don't you be good, man? We'll fall. I'll stay down, we'll fall. Don't you be good, man? We'll fall. I'll stay down, we'll fall. Don't you be good, man?
I have a dream that one day we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. I have a dream that one day on the red hills of Georgia, sons of former slaves and the sons of former slaves, will they be able to sit down together at the table this nation will rise up, live out the true meaning of its creed. I have a dream that one day on the sons of former slaves and the sons of former slaves will they be able to sit down together at the table of brotherhood. I have a dream. One day.
Well, a very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to Hagen, to the FEI Jumping Youth European Championships of 2026 here. And welcome to those of you tuning in on FEI TV. Great to be with you this afternoon for the next stage of the championship chase. This time it focuses on the juniors, who of course started yesterday with their Table C, their individual competition, and this afternoon have the second round of the individual and the first full team round. 20 teams involved, looking for the 10 slots that are available to go forward into the final, which for the juniors will take place on Saturday morning. So that's still to come, but only 10 will qualify. As you can see, we've got an awful lot of riders involved, all of them competing as well as individuals. In terms of the team standout performances, the German team, the home team, are leading the way after the Table C and the conversion into penalties on a score of 5.3. Switzerland in the silver medal position on 5.87 and Belgium in the bronze on 6.41, but that proves just how tight things are. Sweden, the Netherlands, Finland, Ireland, France, Great Britain and Hungary at the moment filling out the top 10 places. But in 11th is Italy, then Denmark, Spain, the Czech Republic, Austria, Monaco, Poland, Turkey, Romania and Bulgaria are all in this competition as well. And there's plenty there that can hold hope of getting into the top 10, but perhaps at the expense of some of those, obviously, that are already there. In terms of the individual standings, a brilliant individual round from Lithuanian individual Tomas Revekas yesterday, put him on top in the Table C, won that class. He starts today on a 0 score, with France's Marine Seruga sitting in the silver medal position and Peter Jan Anteresen from Belgium in the bronze. But it is tight at the top, very tight over the entirety of the what did I say, 9, I think I worked it out at the top 9, all within 2 penalties of each other. In fact, 2.5 penalties is the top 15. It is so tight in the individual honours. Clear rounds are so important. Of course, the clears going to need to keep coming, because not only have they got today, they've got another 3 rounds after that as well. So there's a lot to come. Well, just waiting for the all good to go. Well, there's the music to say we are. So we're going to get things started here. Big class, the juniors, is certainly the busiest, with an awful lot coming forward. We're going to start with those that are jumping now as individuals. Obviously, in terms of the nations involved in the team competitions, they could start with 5, where 3 counted in the Table C. Now they've had to lock in their 4, and again, the best 3 to count. But that opens the door with plenty of individuals for us to enjoy at the beginning. Overall, we're going to jump 109 combinations over the next, what I would guess to be 4 hours, in this amazing setting here. For the second competition for the individuals and the first of the team classes, This is the FEI Jumping European Championships for Youth here in Hagen ATW 2026. And we start with a combination for Great Britain. Now, they're stacked, the individuals, in reverse order of merit. So we start with Sophie Campbell. Sadly had a difficult day yesterday with the elimination, but has the opportunity to push on with a hopefully good, strong championship round performance today. As I say, a very capable combination. Just today, hopefully will be better than yesterday. Their score of 37.88 is a calculated score for an elimination after the competition yesterday. But it gives us a little idea of where we're going as we head around this course. And it's fence going down at fence 3, combination coming at 4. 2 strides, 1 stride out over the upright, round to this triple bar. It's a long run to fence 6 with that tricky little pink pole on top. Then brings you into the double. Plank on the front there as well with the 4 strides after the double. The water obviously coming into play today. Final line. Time allowed 82. Oh, the last goes. That's a shame. Real shame in the end, because Sophie there ending up on a score of 45-88, so 8 penalties today for Moonbeck Marshall and Sophie Campbell, giving us a good clue as to where they're going and how this course is laid out. Being informed of some withdrawals, so what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4 withdrawals after yesterday. Moving our attention now to the partnership here for Austria. This is Honorum riding Nathan de Weiss Z. Championship score is 17.88. Well, picking up 8 penalties so far. This 10-year-old by Norton Dole. Well, there you have a new total for them, sadly, of 36.88, as they've added 19 to the card here today. Van der Verm there as a second to go with Nathan de Weiss Z for Austria.
36.88 after the second round here for Hagen der Weise. With a score from 16.81 for Estland. Now we see Coco. There we are not by Waka. F1 USA and Lena Burger for Estland.
Well, this is the next in, and on course now for Estonia is Lena Pura riding Coco. Combination that converted the table C score to 16.81. Well, they end up with, what's that, 12 additional penalties today for Lena Purga there and Coco, the Estonian combination. Sadly adding to their score. It's certainly a track that looks like it's going to take a little bit of thinking about.
Alexandra Hurst from Estland with a score from 15.29.
Well, the next to go is Alexandra Hurst, who rides now for Estonia. Originally, you may remember if you were with us a couple of years ago, and then she was riding for Spain, at which point she won the children's individual gold on a horse called Colleen. She was also part of the bronze medal winning team that year. Now under the Estonian flag with Colter de Bramoised. A difficult table C, sadly, has left her on a score of 15.29. Hopefully everybody's going to be, well, hopefully she's going to be okay. Not start, just really tough championship this year for her. Having the happy memories from a couple of years ago in Pielbergen in the Netherlands. But sadly this year has gone in a different direction. Well, the team going over to make sure that she is okay. Plenty of people watching on from the sidelines. There's a huge amount of interest as ever. The juniors are certainly the biggest of the classes as well. Lovely little buzz and atmosphere around the arena though. Of course, we've already seen the young riders a little earlier on today, and we had the children yesterday. Tomorrow, we will see the first of the medals given out. The first class tomorrow is the team final and third round of individuals, but the team final for the children. We'll see the medals awarded. And then in the afternoon, it'll be the young rider team final, and again, the medals to be handed out, as well as it being the third individual qualifier. The individual finals, so the juniors, I should say, team final takes place on Saturday morning. Then we move our attention into those individual finals over Saturday afternoon and through Sunday. Hello. The individual finals requiring you, as I say, best to work. I mean, there is a percentage way of working it out, but it's ultimately because it can't really be more than 30 that go into those individual finals. So that comes down to where you stand at the end of the third competition. So the team final equivalent. Going to be in the top 30 individual positions to qualify for the weekend. Well, we're going to take a little pause for a moment while we await news of the restart, which I'm sure will not hopefully be too far away, but fingers crossed for Alexander there and Colter de Bermoy.
So, all the medicals take a look to her and we give her another concerning applause and we hope all the best for you, Alexandra. But today was not the day, but we best wishes for you.
A ripple of applause is always a good thing because it means that they've said that she's okay. Disappointing, inevitably though, disappointing end to the day. It's lovely the way they've done this year with having all of these team tents around the arena. And, keep looking in and seeing all the different nations. There she is. Shows how this sport one can send you one way or the other. Sadly walking away from this year after 2 years ago, going home with the gold. There's going to be just again a little bit of a breathing moment while they get the next combination ready, because once these moments happen where they have to put a hold on the arena and stop the arena, of course they stop the warm-ups as well to allow, because they're never quite sure how long it's going to take. So they, once they know they've got a green light in the arena, they've got to give whoever's next just enough time to go through a final sort of run of preparations, whether that's jump another fence or just take a moment to prepare themselves rather than just rushing them in. Normally, as we know, the next one's already in there and ready to go, so I know we won't be waiting too long. Look at all those different flags we've got. Right, are you ready? Looks like we are. The Irish combination of Pereira Ryan, riding here with Cartani, Deldstrom Z. The individual combination for Ireland, 14.05 their converted score from the table C. Good luck to her, brilliant Ryan. Considering they started after a difficult first day, jumping very well here to start this course on the second day. They did so when they went to Hofcastle and just across the other side of town earlier this season. Beautifully done. She's picked up a couple of time penalties, but put that to one side. She jumped a really solid round, a really nice, calm, well-produced, well-ridden round of jumping. 2 time penalties, yes, and I'm trying to see if the time actually comes into play, but she was never travelling at the 350, so just giving herself plenty of room and space between the fences. Well, the next up is going to be this partnership for Russia. Alicia Romanov next to go. Riding here with Kamara. Table C conversion score 12.32. Oh dear, into a little bit of a muddle there. The 2 strides on the way in almost came as a little bit of a surprise and fell through the middle of the combination, which of course has then meant she couldn't jump the final part. Because it's the combination, you've got to come all the way back and start it again. The plank adds to the score as well. That's quite tough, having the plank at the end of that 4 strides in front as the front rail for the parallel there at fence number 8. Possibly has just picked up 4 more at the water, I think, as well. Now the time penalties are also becoming part of it. With the rebuild, she'll have had 6 seconds added in, but she finishes then with jumping time combining to push her score up to 41 across the 2 rounds of jumping there for Russia. Alicia Romanov. Kamara.
Next to go for the Czech Republic. For Croatia, Magdalena Bencic. I say 86.
So then you'd score 41.32. Now we have a partnership from Croatia. Magdalena Benedict here with I Save the Day. 11.36, the table C conversion. A good start to the year with the shows in Arezzo in Italy. So 8 penalties in this round so far. This combination sitting in 98th position after the first day. Coming to the last time on top, so it becomes a score of 39 across 2 days of jumping for the Croatian combination there of Magdalena Benek and I Save the Day Z.
39.36 after the second round for the individual ranking.
So the score today was 28, yesterday 11.36. Well, the combination that will come next, the individual combination for France, is Eliza Richard. Rides Chivas Dream Boy. A individual total of 11.27. Partnership that rode at the Europeans last year. She's also ridden at Pony Europeans in the past as well. Gets away with a gentle little rub on the plank, but still on the 4 so far for this round. She lands and finishes on a time that sees her go on to a score of 19.27, so it is 8 in this round. Eliza. And Chivas Dream Boy. A 2 penalty score of Brid Ryan is much on top in these earliest of early stages. As we now have a combination that ride for Portugal here again as individuals. This is Salvador Catella riding Glamadas. Earlier this month actually in Espianda and Jerez was jumping well. Spanish circuit in the north of Spain. Disappointingly, though, coming to a very quick stop. Pole still can fall rather easily anywhere. Salvador Chiella there. So adds an additional score on to go to 30.27 there for the Portuguese rider with Glamour Daz. All these individual riders in the early draw. We're looking to, for next, what do we jump, 10 now? 10. And 31, or about 30 individuals. Next to go, it's going to be Meta Geraseren. Rides for Luxembourg. Help me, de Cruiser. So this young jockey has got an individual total of 10.99. Oh dear. To the end, just the four. That one pole just turned up a little bit tight. So,
in total after the 2 rounds. Wir von Luxemburg mit Hagen with a score from 10.23 now for the Czech Republic. Hagen Adrian Akova.
Well, the next up is this combination now moving on to the Czech Republic and Andriana Harkrova, a very 8-year-old. Origidemo, new horse for her this year after riding Torres d'Austral at the Europeans last year. This is her 3rd European Championship. 10.23 was the converted total after the Table C.
On the end, we have to add 8 penalties to her score, so she's staying after 2 rounds with rating 80.23.
Pushes the score up a little bit there, so bad luck to Andriana Harkova and Ulrike de Mont.
For Hungary, you will see now vis-a-vis 10 years old by Rebuda Sud on Annabelle Bodnar, Hungary.
So 8 today. Now Hungary on a score of 10.08. Their individual combination is Annabelle Bonda riding here with vis-a-vis. 10.08 after the table C. Combination that did jump well in the youth meeting in Babylonia in Hungary back at the beginning of June. Oh, last fence. Not fair. Seeing that go, and actually a time penalty there as well. So they've ended up on a score of 9 for vis-a-vis and Annabelle Mondor there for Hungary.
For Annabelle Bodnar, vis-a-vis. Next to go for Russia with a score from 9.89. It's incredible power, 13 years old by untouchable, and for Russia, Viktor Kugunov.
Well, the next to go rides for Russia. This is Viktor Kurzagov riding here with incredible power N. Individual mark of 9.89, sitting in 89th position. Well, they started on 9.89. They're 2 fences away from finishing on 9.89 here.
We have 2 fences down. We have to notice.
There you go. It is 2 down. Coming in the end, unfortunately, there.
He finished the second round with a score from 19.89 now for Victor Bogusa.
Picked up a couple of time penalties as well. Sadly there for Victor. Incredible power. Marcel Soferik, nice as twice. Van Berkenbrock next in is the Polish rider, the individual on a score of 8.30. His first championship appearance. Well, so far so good, but we're not quite there yet. Still clear as they turn back. Now coming down towards the water. Yet to get a clear. We've had that 2 penalty score from Brea Ryan, the Irish rider. Now we have a clear. Very well done, little punch of the air, and so there should be. Sticks on that score of 8.30. Well done, Marcel Soferik, then the Polish rider. Nice as twice. That was the first 0 score and clear round. Clear, the fence is clear on time. Great round, all done. So obviously it's the best score over the 2 rounds so far. Well, there'll be plenty of support now for Germany's Shirley Marikuna, daughter of Austrian international Max Kuhner. This is Bastille, now riding as the individual for Germany on a score of 8.08 after the table C. Previously already been a medal winner with the children's team gold in 2023 when she also took the individual bronze. That was with Diallo. But these two together jumped the double clear to help Germany win in Zudivald in the Junior Nations Cup back at the end of May. Oh dear. I'm sure she could have done much more there, but you could suddenly see it happening in the last 2 strides that Bastille was just moving more and more over to the left-hand side, and again not going to go. You could just having a real look at it. It's not that they wouldn't have jumped water before, because they definitely would have jumped water before.
It is not the day today, but considering of applause for Bastille and Jolie-Marie Kuhner, the rider, is in a minute.
Next up.
She's coming with a score from
We move our attention on now to Alessandro Ventura. Enzo Luvo, 7.13 is the mark. The Monegasque rider now is riding in her third European Championships. Just 15 years of age, though, just stepped out of the children's division. Good luck to him. Converted score is 7.13. It's unfortunate. Yet to have qualified for an individual final in his previous two appearances at the Europeans. Ride this year, I'm sure would have hoped for a little bit more. Still got another day's jumping to go, but at the moment up onto a score of 19.13. That changes obviously as the last goes down, the score goes up. So 25.13 over the 2 rounds is his total there. That Alessandro Ventura for Monaco with Enzo Luvo. Look at Norway, I think, for the next individual. It is indeed Mia Soras riding Roundup van Lentamal, the Norwegian rider. 6.41 her individual score. Delivered some good rounds while she was in Drammen, of course, the Norwegian round of the youth series. 6.41 then her score. 65th individually in the order. Just rushed a little bit down to the combination. Well, it's 8 as a score so far. And will be as she goes over the line as well. So 8 it is, 14.41 is the total across 2 rounds for Mia Soras there, the individual from Norway with Poland's clear round from Marcel Soferek leading 8.30, his score that tops the individual standings at this stage.
6.33. It's the 12-year-old
Well, we look to Marco Buma riding Imki LM. 6.33 is his score. Recently started jumping in the Grand Prix, those World Cup Grand Prix. Still proving hard to come by. Marco here with Imki. Well, they're going to need a little reset, but they've been able to continue and at least get to the end of the course. So 82.88 as well, time penalty on top there. So all combined for 19.33 for Marco Buma.
After 2 rounds, 19.33. Und eine Bitte an unsere jungen Zuschauer, meine sehr verehrten Damen und Herren, es ist ja schön, dass Sie so zahlreich zu uns gekommen sind. Wir haben
individual there from
gerade wie jetzt wieder den Grashang runterrutscht.
Marco Buma and Imki.
Wir haben gleich eine Pause. Da bitte das gerne machen. Aber eine Bitte in der Zeit,
Timothy Stormensen
von 2 auf 3 und von 10 auf 11 ist.
riding for Norway. Individual score 6.29.
Next to go with a score of 6.29, Billy Violine on Linear Triple for Norway.
So far so good here for Billy Violin and Nina Timothy Stormensen, the Norwegian rider. 2 fences away from a clear round as the individual. New leader individually, well done to Lina as she goes clear, only the second 0 score on that leaderboard. Is enough to put her right up there. So congratulations to that partnership. sure they're delighted with the way that's all unfolded, and so they should
Next
be.
to go with a score of 6.17 for Finland. Kvarts van de Hemstede, Zara Kujola, Finland.
Well, looking across now to Sara Kojola, Finnish rider, 6.17 her score. Sara Kojola then coming down towards the little plank. Keeping it where she started with a clear so far.
And she's in the finish line with 1 fence down.
One fence is the score of 4, and that will feature for the score at now 10.17 for those two. That was Serafina Karoljiga and Watts van Hempensteed.
5.95 was a team of Portugal. You will see now Mr. Logan Parizol, Martin Ribeiro, Portugal.
Martin Ribeiro here with Mr. Logan Parisol, score of 5.95. Oh dear, sit up, stay on, thank you. Didn't get a very good takeoff stride to the triple bar, but did again a great job to recover and keeps going.
And we have to order the included.
Well, with the mark now at 17.95, obviously dropping them down the order a little bit there. They currently reside in 7th place, but it's just a long way to go. We know things are going to change. So that was the Portuguese rider, Martin Ribeiro, riding Mr. Logan Parisol.
Unbreakable van Overzet and Giovanni Bottino for Italy with a score of 5.06.
Well, to the Italians now, and Giovanni Votino riding here with Unbreakable Van over a said.
And he's going home with 1 pound down, so we have 4 penalties to a final score from 9.06, for Giovanni Oitino. With a score from 4.79.
Just the forward award today for the Italian of Giovanni Votino, now an Unbreakable Van over a said, his 9-year-old. So from Italy we continue to progress through these individuals. Still another 7 or 8 of them to come forward before we can start on the teams. Watching the replays here. Next to go will ride for Slovakia. Diana Gabanova. Her 8-year-old is Redoutable. Let's try that again. Redoutable Quintos Z. She was quite a late change because originally she was going to ride Delphine Z, but then had to change over. 4.79 her score. Still holding the 4. We've only had, what, 2 clears so far? Make that 3. Nice, very nice. Congratulations to Diana Gabanova and Red Outable Quintos Z. Well done to Redoutable and to Diana. 4.79 best of the individual scores. 3-0 scores on the board in terms of clear rounds. Right, next to go is a partnership for Israel. It is Yali Kass riding Lila van Driestelhoff Z. Jumped the last couple of years in the juniors and the Europeans. Starts on a score of 4.25, which saw him in the top 40 in the table, see? Rides with a lot of confidence and quite a lot of pace as well. Frustrating to have the last down after putting together a really neat round. So it becomes 8.25, third best of the scores so far, but sadly for in this round for Yanni Kass and Luna van Rusterhoff Zed, his 14-year-old stallion by Levisto. So that was this round's individual. Now we have another individual, this time from Belgium, Estelle van Dijk, HHS Ocala. 2023 rode as part of the team for Belgium that took 4th place. She herself finishing individually in 10th place. Now, this is, as I say, HHS Ocala. Bred and owned by Marion Hughes and Miguel Bravo, the Bravo Hughes team. What a beautiful round that turned into. Congratulations, Estelle van Dijk and HHS Ocala. What a lovely round indeed from that 8-year-old Irish sports horse. Has certainly got the qualities to help them. And that, of course, Belgian individual combination was sitting in 16th. No, sorry, it was sitting in 31st place. So I'm sure they'll have moved up by the end of today. 3 more individuals to go, I think. 4 individuals to go, including the individual leader because he's not part of a team. Now, this is Malu Therese Mullenberg Larsen for Denmark. Rides Tenberg Dribrocken. 2.92 is the current score converted from the table C. .92 with 2 fences to go. So far, so good for Malu Therese Mullenberg Larsen. Keeps to the score. Well done to those two. Dribrocken delivering the clear round and giving them the best individual score so far. Three more individuals, then we take the break, then we have the teams, and the competition continues. Next is Switzerland's Matilda Larsen. Carries 2.76 from the speed class. Now the job is to add as little as possible over the 140 track in front of them. Over 9 was a ride at the Europeans in the children's 2 years ago. Last year, riding Flipper de Launay. Matilda last year, who climbed her way up to 6th place individually in the individual standings. Nicely done over the water, still on 2.76. Two fences and Shield hold the top spot for the moment. Sadly, it isn't to be because the four penalties means the total is 6.76, goes into 5th for the moment. So bad luck there to Matilda Larsen. Of course, that works to the advantage of the likes of Malu, who we saw a short while ago going clear, moving up the order. Well, the turn now, Jip Gotterud riding Quarsobi. Finished 4th individually in the Pony Europeans 2 years ago. Balancing up through the combination. Moment. Round the corner into the final line, hoping to stay on this 2.33 total to push the Dutch rider to the top of the leaderboard. They do. Jip Gotterud and Quarsobi there, starting the day in 13th place, leading the way at the moment. Individual combination for the Netherlands. Right, big round coming up in a moment.
He comes with a clear score. He stays at 0.
Because the overnight leader from the Table C, The individual gold medal position is held by the combination with the 0 score, and they are not part of a team. This is Lithuania's Trojas Remaveshus riding Justus OMHG. So, a clear round will obviously ensure that he remains in the lead. Going into the second round of the teams, which will also be the third of the individual qualifiers. At the moment, coming down to the water. Oh, no! Oh, what a shame! Tightened up over the last, and down it goes. 4 it is as a final score, and it will not be they that lead. For the moment, drop it to 4th, but it'll be lower than that by the time we've finished. Georgios Rumavanis there, the Lithuanian who led the way after the opening day. Sadly, watching that lead slide away at the final fence on the second day. Well, we're going to take a little break, we're going to take a little breather, and then we're going to get back into it. Everybody that is still to jump is an individual, so that's all to be worked out, but also will start having an impact on the teams.
Feel buried alive. This city is airtight, suffocating, lonely in the crowd. I'm surrounded by all the screens of their lives, screaming into space to drown them out. I fell down so low, found nowhere to go, but I know you wait for me, you wait for me. So far out of sight, sucked into the white, but I know you wait for me. I'm coming home, I'm coming back down tonight, 'cause I've been hypnotized by the lights. But I'm coming home, I'm coming back down tonight. Yeah, it's taken time to realize, but I'm coming home, I'm coming back down tonight. So hold me tight, I just wanna fade out, somewhere we can shut the world away. I'm ready to hide, far from the fallout. They won't find us in the paradise we'll make. I fell down so low, found nowhere to go, but I know you wait for me, you wait for me. So far out of sight, sucked into the white, but I know you wait for me.
Walking on a dream. How can I explain? Talking to myself. Will I see again? We are always running for the thrill of it, thrill of it. Always pushing up the hill, searching for the thrill of it. On and on we are calling out and out again. Never looking down, I'm just to know what's in front of me.
FEI European Jumping Championships for young riders, juniors and children.
Well, we continue with this now first team qualifier for the final that will take place for the juniors on Saturday morning.
We will start with the first team rider.
The team competition with, did I say earlier, 20 teams coming forward. It's going to be an interesting afternoon of sport. Teams as it stands, led by Germany, Switzerland just behind them, and then Belgium. The margins are tiny. And it's Sweden, the Netherlands, Finland, Ireland, France, Great Britain, Hungary, Italy, Denmark, Spain, Czech Republic, Austria, Monaco, Poland, Turkey, Romania and Bulgaria. Now we're going to come to Bulgaria in the second rotation of riders because they only have 3 in the team. Meanwhile, we will then start with Romania as we get going with this team in 19th place on a team score of 22.54, and their pathfinder is Haria Butjaz here with Quaid Moritz. Individual total of 8.49. And the best thing they can hope for is a run of clears from their team, which of course would power them up the order a little bit.
Fence 11 is down over here.
One fence falls, 4 is scored. So we're off and running, the first for the
In total,
team of Romania. We'll see, as I'm sure you know, but in case you don't, they're entitled to 1 discard scores. So as we get going through this first rotation of riders,
5-4.
they know that they can discard their scores. Ultimately, what they need is clears so that they can start to alleviate the pressure on those still to come. Meanwhile, we move our attention forward now to Poland's Alicia Koszmal. Polish team who are in 17th place. Turkey would normally fit into the gap there, but they only have a team of 3 today. So Poland now with Macho, the 9-year-old. Team on a score of 21.94. Over the water, still clear at the moment. Poland on this team score of 21.94. Give you a sort of indication, top 10 at the moment, 12.31. So you need ideally to jump clears, but they'll take a 4 if they need to. Well done to Alicia Koszmal there and to Macho, the Polish team. It's all about getting in the top 10 today. That's what they need to do to get into the final.
For Monaco, the score from 13.77. Impact du senior, Romani,
Well, we move our attention forward now to Hagen Seret, who, although having a tough table C, ending up down the order, they've kept that faith with Impact Dessenier. This jockey who brings a lot of experience with her over the last few years in championships in the past. And that is why they kept the faith, and the impact that she brings is instant with the clear round to start things off for Monaco. Well done to Hagen Seret. She keeps her individual score, obviously, but it's the potential progression for the team. 21.11 is where they started today. Obviously, it's a big climb, and you need others to falter, but it's inevitable others will run into problems. 10 penalties off getting in. They are 10 penalties off, so sort of just They need a 3-fence swing to them rather than anyone else. Now it is to the Austrian team. And their first rider in the team slot for the Pathfinder here is Julia Handke riding Jumbo B. These two veterans of the Europeans in Italy and in Germany last year. 8.41 individually. In your riders will deliver. Well done, Julia Handke and Jumbo B. They deliver the clear round when asked of who. And that's great news for them. Takes a little bit of pressure out of the rest of the teams that needs. So great stuff from them.
With a score from the first round, 7.39. Now Like the Bird, 9 years old, and Jana Kupčíková for the Czech Republic.
Next to go is going to be the Czech Republic, and Jana Kupčíková rides Like a Bird. The 9-year-old that she has here, combination on 7.39. This team sitting in 14th place on a score of 16.94. Of course, she'll be acutely aware, unfortunately, now with that fence down, perhaps even more so, having just watched the clear rounds coming from Monaco and Austria. The pressure it adds to those that then continue to come in the arena. As you know, if others have gone clear, you, wow, somehow got over that, but you know more, you know, the clear rounds certainly helping those teams. Makes it more important for you to deliver 1-2. I saw the arm go up at the water. I'm hopeful that that didn't mean she picked up a score of 4. She did pick up a 4 of 4. A 4 of 4? A score of 4 at the water as well. So, Like a Bird adds 8 into the mix for Jana Kupčíková there.
15.39. We noticed 8 penalties for the team. Czech Republic, so for the moment it is 16.94. Also later the addition 1 stretch result for every team. Then top the news. On 4th Spain with a result of the score from 7. The first round, Carlos Garcia Sanchez, Team Spain.
Well, this is Spain next up, and the Spanish team sitting in 13th on a score of 14.53. And off to Mousse. Carlos Garcia Sanchez, the Pathfinder. Converted score from the Table C for him was 7. Got into the individual final last year, riding in the juniors. Ooh. I did think that pink pole might cause a little problem at some point. That's another 4 to their score. We're hoping to just try and leave these last couple standing then as Carlos comes around that final loop, gets over the first of the final 2, comes down towards the last, and Carlos Garcia Sanchez then on a total of 8 for this round, 7 from day 1, goes up to 15 as an individual score. The Spanish rider.
And 40, Spain, it says a 45.53 for the moment. For Denmark, it's a score from 6.2. For the team of Denmark, Andrea Ribi.
Next to go is Andrea Ribi. So we're on to the Danish quartet now with their first rider coming in. 6.2 her individual score. Rides Hagen and Ravel. Oh, it's not, but somehow they got out. Of course, they have picked up a score of 4, but still going on. A splash at the water, there's no doubt about it. They're going to run into time problems as well, I would think. And never mind that, they've picked up 4 more, so they're on 12 for jumping, and they're going to go over time, surely, yes, by 0.05 of a second. They're over the 82, so it's 13 in the end for Andrea Ribi there, and Hagen and Ravel. 13 is the discard score they'll hold at the start there for the Danish team that started this competition day in 12th place. Back to those two. Going to be looking at Andrea Pisani in a moment. The Italian team in 11th place, starting out in the first qualifier, or the first of the team rounds. Andrea Pisani, who has an individual score of 3.72. Another very experienced rider over the last few years as part of the championship lineups. Also regularly on the Youth Nations Cup teams. Here with Chamoun JTZ. Unfortunately also picks up 4. To a sudden stop. Important just to do what they can to keep their relaxed sort of demeanor and calm to come again. Nicely done on the second attempt. Position themselves in the top 30 after the Table C. Obviously things will change from an individual standpoint. Italy now will know they have far more pressure on their final 3 riders. Of course, if you end up with a big discard or a elimination, just means that if your next rider comes in, instead of having an 8 or a 12 or a 16, and obviously if your discard at that stage is just a 4, it's only the 4 that's going to go onto your card, and then the bigger score gets moved off. When you end up with a big score like that, then obviously it means that somebody now going round for 8 or 16, that big score remains the discard, but you've also got to count all of whatever else is coming your way. So Andrea Piesani there on a total of 27 for this round. Now onwards to the top 10 and the Hungarian combination. It is Chris Gross and Ida Kiersko here. Looking to start as strong as they can to keep them in the top 10, where it's also tightly compressed in terms of scores. 12.31 is the Hungarian team total in 10th place. The 4 at the moment. And at the end, it's 8. So 8 penalties for the first of the Hungarian lineup there for Chris Gross and Ida Kiersko. I hope they don't have to add any more. But that was the team in 10th.
The first to go, Jotla and Hagen.
This now is the British team under their chef de keep Tracy Newman. Their first rider is going to be Holly Gherkin. The team sitting in 9th place, starting out in this first round of the teams. He, of course, has had a lot of experience as part of the gold medal winning teams for the ponies. Now into the juniors with Joplin. Individual mark after the table C was 6.41. Final line. The British get underway with a clear round. Well done, Holly Gherkin. Could they have asked for any more? No, they could not. And that keeps on a 6.41 as an individual, which I think, yes, is important, but it'll be less important to her than that performance for the team, because
Next to go, she's coming.
The British team sitting in ninth know how tightly compressed it is in the top 10. Will want to try and move up if they can. Now on to France, because they sit. The British team are on 11.59, France on 11.3. Just again to point out how compressed things are. Now, this is Marine Sigre. Now, this is an important round both individually and for the team. Team, obviously, for the reasons that we've been talking about, but she was second, the silver medalist individually after the first competition. Now, we've already seen the combination that were in the gold medal spot after the first competition falter. So if she was to jump clear, she is going to be guaranteed the individual lead after 2 rounds. And obviously it'll be great news for the team as well. She rides Filière Stillier. Her individual mark is no longer 0.75. It is now 4.75. So that leaves Jip Guttered at the moment still on top. It'll actually open the door for Belgium's first rider, Peter Jan, to now jump to the top. He was in 3rd yesterday. Of course, it won't move France in the order for the moment, but it does mean France have a discard score to consider as the team in 8th place. And Marine Sigre and Filière Stillier have a score of 4. Sadly there from their point of view.
Team Ireland now first to go with a score
Onwards to the Irish.
9-4. Special on Zidane Green for Ireland.
Defending junior European team champions. They've had amazing form on the youth series as well. Let's see what happens. Cianari, the team on a score of 9.63 as a team coming into today, sitting in 7th place. These two who certainly have the ability, as we've seen in the likes of Compagnon this year, but not having the luck at the start today. His individual score of 1.94, which saw him sitting in 9th place previously as an individual. He was the best placed of the Irish individuals in the juniors, but that's obviously slipped now in terms of where he stands. They do indeed just carry the 4 penalties from the end of that round with them in terms of their individual score. So it moves him into 7th place. So 7th place there at the moment. Sian Reap there and Kriva Special. Sani Ili is the next to go. This combination for Finland, the team that set in 6th place, delivering some great all-round results yesterday. Their Pathfinder, a rider who in 2024 was part of the Children's Europeans and took the individual silver medal on backwards challenger. Now here with Calisius Ias Shohased. Actually was the lowest placed of the 4 riders they're using in the team today. Yesterday in the table C. Big smiles, big pats, big cuddles, and a big clear round with those two. Well done indeed to the Finnish partnership, because the team, Senagili, delivering the clear.
Now, the Dutch team, the Netherlands.
Netherlands sitting in 5th place. We'll start with Jonny van Zandvoort. Jonny, who sits in 27th in the order individually. And the Dutch, who took the silver medal in the teams 12 months ago. Riding here with Le Pleasure. She was part of that silver medal winning team. Just the four. Just the four for the first of the Dutch team, but it does mean they have a discard to consider as the lineup of riders continue through. So 4 more to go in this first rotation of riders. But that, as I say, for the Netherlands is a score of 4.
With a score from 6.41.
Now we're going to the team in 4th place, which will be Sweden, 8.42 their score. And their first rider is going to be Valentina Jarl riding Kelvin FSZ. That's the Pathfinder to start things off. Going down the final line and over the final fence, so they score 4. Sweden's first, Valentina Jarl and Kelvin FSZ, which means we see that, of course, means that the team in 4th, the team in 5th both have discards. We're keeping them as low as they can by just picking up the 4 penalties. 3 more teams to go. The top 3 teams after the table see Belgium, Switzerland and Germany. Belgium getting set to go here with what is a key round for the team, because it'll start them off, but also for the individual, because if he goes clear, he will lead the way individually after today, because he was third after the table C. The gold and silver originally positions riders have both had penalties, so the door is open for Peter Jan Athanasian to go up into the top spot individually after 2 rounds if he can keep it clear with Plata de Mused. And of course it would be a big help to the team as well. In the last 10 years, 4 different gold medals to the junior team from Belgium. Again, another highly ranked individual falters. That means that Jip Gorud, who the Dutch rider who's leading on the completed individual scores, is guaranteed to finish in the silver medal position today after 2 rounds. Doesn't mean they'll stay there either, but and of course there's only one other rider to come that can better that score. So Belgium with 4 from their first rider in the team, Peter Jan and Plata de Mused, sadly having 8 fence down, and that 4 penalty score will mean he goes down about 7 places in the order individually. Now we're going to go to the Swiss for the next in. Team sitting second is the team from Switzerland. Sascha Beck is the first to go. Here he is. Bustermoon. Love that name. Pathfinder then in this junior team for the Swiss. 2.3 his individual mark. When he was in 12th place after the first day. If he was to jump this, he'd lead. There are some riders to come a little later on that could better their individual score, but it would put him on top for the moment. So far, so good. Beautifully done. Keeps it clear all the way. Leads individually for the moment, but it's a brilliant start for the Swiss team that sits second. And their team total of 5.87 behind the leaders, who we'll get to in a moment, on a team score of 5.30 starting today. So there is, as I say, just there's not anything in it at all. We've got a time forward swinging at the moment. We've only seen one rider go from each team bar one, and that one team is the team that lead after the table C. It is the home team, Team Germany, who will be looking for their first Team Youth Junior team medal, I think since 2019 when they took the silver, and they won the gold back in 2015. So they got a bronze in 2017 as well, but it's been a long time since Germany won a junior team medal. Now, Leonard Tillman will start things off. with Vertinier. Individual score 2.59. Pushing on around the corner he comes. He was 15th in the order as it stood individually on a score of 2.59. He's jumped it and started Germany in the best possible fashion. That is such a popular round, and it is a big round, a big statement round for Germany that are looking to try and push their way all the way to perhaps a gold medal later in the week. Waited a long time in the juniors. It'll be 10 years, so.
And now we're starting with the next round. And now we see the first one for Bulgaria.
But let's see what happens. There's a lot of rounds still to come. That's only one round of the teams out of 8 over 2 days, over 2 completely separate courses, because that's the other thing you should remember as well. Obviously, the second round of the teams, when you have a Nations Cup, the course stays the same. When you have a European Championships and you have the 2 team days, the courses are completely different. On we go, back to where we began, because now it is Bulgaria. Now they, as a team of 3, start in this second rotation of riders, but have to count all the scores. Natasja Klatz, the first to go. Riding here with Quinstar Z. Ooh, in fact, running out at the combination. And there's the bell. Well, it obviously means elimination for her, but also the team, because the team now, as on team 3, couldn't afford that. So it does have an impact on the team score. It means that both Lydia and Marta, who are still to come, will now compete as individuals.
For Romania.
Next to go is the combination for Romania, their second rider of this team competition, Daria Maria Copas. Romania started not too bad as well. Horia Butez scored 4, but it does mean there is the discard there for them to try and avoid using. This combination, who have again got good championship experience behind them. Up a fence down. Oh dear. Sort of a hop, skip and a, well, no jump unfortunately. So unfortunately it's the sort of fence that really got out of her way. Wow, I hope she's okay, because she was coming off towards the side there. That was Not how you want to be dismounting. Obviously, she'd had a difficult fence just before, and I have a feeling that will have just put the horse off slightly. Coming round then into that line, and that was, well, we'll keep our fingers crossed for Daria. Such a shame for them. And of course, the team around them all straight away heading over there to make sure she is okay. There's an amazing medical team here. Obviously not only medical for the humans, the veterinary team as well, world class here in Hagen, along with all the FEI officials ensuring that whether it be horse or rider, the best possible care is taken of them all in a sport that does offer us plenty of thrills. We're all acutely aware that there are spills as well. Waving on from the side, you can see so much attention being paid to what's going on here. It's been a real buzz around the place over the last couple of days. Hello, having a great time. Germany doing well in this one, they're leading. But will it stay that way? It's going to be fascinating as we go through this second rotation, because now's the point where things could change. Well, it's a round of applause, and I always take that as a positive, because it always means that the people that can see what is happening around this arena feel that it's appropriate to do so. Still not ready to go, and obviously they've stood down the next rider, so that will take a moment, whatever happens before the restart, to give them a chance to warm back up again. Oh. To remind you as well, then tomorrow we start giving out the medals. Well, to show the Europeans the medals start to be awarded tomorrow morning, 9 AM local time. We get underway with the final round, the second round and deciding round for the teams. And the children will be competing first, and then in the afternoon tomorrow it is the young riders team medals that are on offer. The junior team medals are up for grabs on Saturday morning before the children have their individual final that afternoon, and then on Sunday the young riders will start the day with their individual final, and then the day will and the event will round out with the juniors once again with their individual final. But only 10 of the 20 teams today will qualify to go forward into the second round of the teams. So looks like there's going to be a little bit of a pause. Hopefully everything is going to be okay. Understandably, nobody likes to be pressured or rushed in these situations, quite rightly so. So let's just take a breather.
Safe, and all the best to the riders, and thanks to our teams here, to all volunteers.
Everybody just, like you can see, just wait. There's nothing else to do. We all understand that, and we'll all bear with and be patient. So let's see if we get back underway soon enough, but only when everything is ready to do so. Beautiful setting here, isn't it, with the green hills behind us. Well, while we're on a pause, I'm going to stop for a minute and just take a breather. And we'll wait together for an update and give you that when we have it. And of course, we'll look
so, for information for all competitors and all teams, we have to fix everything and we have to still wait. So we'll make now a small break with 10 minutes. We have
10-minute break.
With 10 minutes, and we will inform you exactly on the right time that we will start.
It's good organisation, that. Well done to the OC, the organising committee and grand jury. They're having to make repairs to the fences, so quite understandably that means that you may as well have a break and actually tell everybody what's going on and not try and leave everybody waiting and not quite knowing. So great a decision's been made. We're going to take a 10-minute pause. We're going to come back live here on FEI TV.
After 8 horses, we take a normal break, what you're reading in our normal starter list. After the 346, after the team Great Britain, we take also a small break, the original normal break. So please inform all the team members and all riders staying with a normal break, what was planned after team Great Britain, we take a normal break also. And we take a short look to the video wall and we see for the moment the top 6 nations after the first rounds here. For the moment it stays for Germany, for Switzerland, then following Belgium, Sweden, Netherlands and Finland. These are the top 6 for the moment. But now we're keeping and taking a look what's going on now with the next competitors and the next team riders for every team.
Welcome back. We're going to continue with the championships here and the junior team competition, the opening day for the teams for our juniors.
Here in Hagen. Now comes the second team. They have only 3 riders in her team this year, and he comes for the
So when we go to the team from Turkey, this team of 3, Belman Ilnesterin will be the second rider, which means this is Yigit, Hagen and Quat. The 4 so far. That plank obviously coming off the front of the parallel.
And here's a new finish included 2 penalties for time. We have to note the end result from 15.23 now here for Yigit, Hagen and Benji Kroy, and also 6 penalties for the team. It stays for the moment.
So of course that's the counting score.
Und dann eine Bitte, die Mama schaut schon, auch unsere jüngsten Gäste noch einmal die Bitte, euch ganz in Ruhe auf die Wiese zu setzen, gerade auf diesem Weg von Hindernis 2 auf 3. So,
Now it's the turn of Poland. Polish team started today with 7 from Alicia Kosmal. Now it's Julia Gnoska riding Jorian Blue F.
She's coming with a score from 7-2-3.
Domination. Returning to the Europeans after their outing in 2024. There's a score of 4 for a counting score as well. So Poland will go on to a team total now 25.94. Yeah, 25.94. That means I have to count the 7 from Alicia, so they'll go up, we know now, to 28.94 at the end of this round, which will drop them behind Romania.
On the end, we have to edit 9 penalties to our previous round, so we stay down 16.23, but we don't want to forgive. And we wish her all
So
the
they
best today.
finish
Shirley
with a total of 9 from to the class here, which is now the discard score. They also picked up that time penalty. That's a birthday. Happy birthday. Nice touch. Onwards we move to a partnership now that ride for Monte Carlo, the Monegasque team. Now Monaco started with a flyer because they got the clear from Romain Serra and Impact de Senior, so that's put them in a great forward moving potential position, starting the day in 16th place. Now it is UNA, third consecutive championship appearance for this lovely 17-year-old now horse, is gelding by numero uno. So far, so good. That has gone. A little bit of a wobble off to the left and then to the right, but got back, and in the end it is just 4, but that can be discarded and Monaco can stay on 21.11. For the moment, that was Margaret Konik and her ride, UNA.
It stays for the moment in 21.11 for the team. Next to go for Team Austria is coming with 6.74 from the first round. Larissa van der Helle, 7 years old from Contaro, und Lisa Galatier für Österreich, Austria.
So now to the Austrian rider. This is Clarissa van der Hel, ridden by Lisa Galatic. back in 2022 in the Children's Europeans Unilever in Spain. Carrying their own 6.74, which was the second best of the individual scores for the Austrian riders yesterday. They started with a brilliant clear round in the teams today from Julia Handke and Jumbo B. Nicely done. But it is, as I've said, 4 to add. But Austria have a clear round to fall back on, and now just a 4 as a discard. They, for the moment, remain on the 19.15 in 15th place. But the teams that are yet to come may well start to drop below them because already having discarded scores.
Next to go, it's Kadira PS, 12 years old by Contagos and for Spain with a result of 5.24. Margarita de Agostinos Vargas for Spain, Spanien.
Clear round is delivered from the Spanish rider, and Carrera is clear, and that was important after the 8 penalties from Carlos. Well done, Margarita de Agostino Vargas and Carrera PS. That lovely German-bred stallion has just helped the Spanish team immeasurably, and obviously keeps her on an individual score of 5.24. Those two jumped a lovely double clear back in France this year, and they've done it again to start off here. Now, Emily Sjöstedt-Boll is next up. Next to go is Danish riders number 2 in the lineup.
she is going to finish with 4 penalties presented on her first round, so we stay for the individual is 9.05, and for the team it means for the moment 17.82. 3 to go before our short next break. Now for the team for Italy, the second rider Alexio Graf with a score of 4.1 on the first round. You will see Ginevra Maria Pellicani.
Well, we move our attention now from Emily's 4 to Guinevere Maria Pellicani and Alexia Graf. 4.1 the individual mark, but I'll remind you the difficulties from the opening Italian rider Andrea Pisciani mean that the Italian team have a discard of 27 to avoid. Fences today have caused a few headaches.
To her score goal now she's staying with 8.010, and also for the team we have 4 penalties, stays 16.88 at a certain moment. Now for Hungary she's coming with 6.14. Gwen and Maya Peters in Hungary. Ungarn.
Next to go is the partnership ride here. Now moving on to the Hungarian team that started the day in 10th place. Maya Peets and Gwen.
On the end, we have to notice 8 penalties here.
Well, she finishes with a total of 8 penalties today. That for the Hungarian team, just looking where it's moved them to, it's dropped them down into 14th place because they had an 8 penalty discarded. They've had to count that. I think there'll be plenty of yo-yoing with the teams here today.
Next to go, the second rider, 14, Great Britain. The first was clear. She's coming with a score from 4.65. 9 years old by Diamante Simile Mark Quickstar. Diamantine set. And for Great Britain now.
Right, onto the Brits. Nelly Locke British team who started today in 9th place. Had a clear round delivered by their pathfinder, Holly Gherkin. Now it is the second member of the team. This is Nellie Locke. Diamatine Z, the 9-year-old. Nellie, who was part of the team gold medal winning performance at the Pony Europeans last year with Cateau. She also finished individually in 6th, so she's no stranger to the pressures of these classes. But now see the level steps up. Fences to go for Nellie. Coming round into this final line. No team as of yet has managed to get clear from both of their opening 2 riders. And that changes now because the British team have. Tracy Newman, their chef de keep, will be smiling, I'm sure. It's not mission accomplished yet, but it's certainly a mission that is walking along the right road with that performance from Nellie. 4.65 her score.
So far for the moment. Now, the next short break. And don't forget tonight the auction night here, the charity auction, the Folds auction.
Great news
And don't
for
forget
them. Right, we're going to take another break. Obviously, the last one was a little impromptu, but this was scheduled, so timing is as of. We continue. Nellie goes up to 7th place individually as well. There, Sasha Beck leads the individual standings. We're not done yet. We'll be back very soon.
You're from old money, but you are my honey. I wanna get rich, you wanna get lucky. I'm a poor boy, I'm a poor boy, but I'm a good lover, a good lover. I'm a poor boy, but I'm a good lover, a good lover. Baby, I'm gonna marry you. Daddy won't ever approve. I'm a poor boy, I'm a poor boy, but I'm a good lover, a good lover. Poor boy. Our love is alive, and so we begin. Foolishly laying our hearts on the table, stumbling in. Our love is a flame, burning within. Now and then, firelight will catch us stumbling in. Wherever you go, whatever you do,
so free. I may have been young, but baby, that's not what I wanted to be. Oh, it's not what I wanted. Were you the one? You were the one. Oh, why was it me? Why was it? 'Cause baby, you showed me so many things that I've never seen. Whatever you need, baby, you've got it from me. Our love is alive, and so it began. Foolishly laying our hearts on the table, stumbling in. There's a space in my heart when it all comes crashing down. Anytime I hear your name out in public, there's a place that I go every time that you're in town. It's just me in my nights, in my stomach. And it's true, it wasn't easy getting over you, but that's just what I had to do. Whatever, we were never good together. I'll be here and you stay there. Truth is I never cared. Whatever, 2 years that ain't forever. I'll be here and you stay there. Won't see me cry no tears. Won't see me cry no tears. Won't see me cry no tears. Never mind, feels like you were never mine. Go lose myself in the arms of a stranger. And yeah, it sucks sometimes in love. You try your best, but it doesn't work out, and it don't matter either way. Oh yeah, whatever, we were never good together. I'll be here and you stay there. Truth is I never cared. Whatever, 2 years that ain't forever. I'll be here and you stay there. Won't see me cry no tears.
Back underway. Time for France, who go next with Nathan Garres. The French team started the day in 8th place on a score of 11.30. They, though, have a first rider that went round in Marine Siu, who actually was second individually after yesterday, but had a score of 4. So it means they have a discard they have to consider, but apart from that, they'll be hoping for a clear. It'll keep them where they stand in 8th at the moment. This combination converted a score of 9.89 after the speed leg. Rode in the championships 12 months ago as well. Nathan Garretz and Elegant de Corinne. that 4 will change the score now for France. That will mean they will move on to 15.3, which will drop them down into 10th place for the moment. Plenty of time still for that to go the other way. As I've always said about anything to do with team jumping in horse sport, it is the ultimate game of snakes and ladders in equestrian sport. One minute you think you're going one way, then you could find yourself going the other. And until you get to that last and all-defining round, which in this case with the Europeans is over another day, not on the same day, you don't really know how it's all going to pan out, because things can swing so very, very quickly. It only takes one brief moment and suddenly you can deliver a clear at the right moment, or you have a fault at the wrong moment, and it can make a huge difference. But for the time being, France drop into 10th place. They've still got a penalty in their pocket over Italy in 11th. Now we turn our attention to the Irish team, who also picked up a 4 from their opening rider. That was Sinarip, and now onwards for the team that are, of course, trying to defend the title they won 12 months ago. This is Cian McMahon, 2025 European Pony individual champion, of course the individual gold medalist in Le Mans last year, here with Oberon van Leeuwenhof. Obviously this does impact the Irish score. Their 8 penalties today means they have to count the 4 from Sinarip, which means that Ireland's team will go on to a score of 13.63, which means that the British team will move above them, but they will only drop down 1 place for the time being. But it does give them a bigger discard to consider with their final couple of riders, unfortunately. And that's a 12 for Cian McMahon and Oberon van Leeuwenhof. So the defending champions slipping into 8th place. The British team, who started the day in 9th, have moved up to 7th. But that's the difference between riders jumping clears and teams having penalties. Now we move on to the Finnish team, who have also found their way to delivering a cracking clear from Sanajili, their first rider in Noora Pentti's team with Callius ESOZ. Now looking to follow that up with Ada Hamillion, the second rider here with Herbie. Another with plenty of experience in these youth championships from the past. And the team currently sitting in 6th position on a score of 9.08. 2 fences left to go. Come on, Ada. She's done it! She's done it! She's done it! Brilliant clear round. Finland get 2 clears. 2 from 2, and that will put them in a great place. Keeps them ahead of the British team, and means that they only need one of their final 2 riders to do the same, and that will keep them moving in the right direction, heading into finals day. Great stuff from the juniors. So, of course, Germany and Switzerland, who are first and second, also deliver clears from their first riders. Now, though, it is to the team that sit in 5th, the Netherlands, who started with a 4 from Jonny Voort. Now it is Liselott Koremans, of course, the individual gold medalist from the Children's Europeans in Risenbeck last year when she won with Nini van HD. She has the children's team silver as well from last year. Certainly one of the brightest young talents in the sport. And now into the juniors with Lola J ES. Her individual score 3.73. Just moving a little bit over to the left, lining up the water. She's doing everything at the moment that needs to be done, and you can see though she's struggling a little bit, just trying to sit Lola J back. But she's done it, surely she gets over the last. That is, as I said, she's one of the brightest young talents in the sport at the moment. She's shown so much class on a pony. She then delivered in the children, and now she's pushing on in the juniors, and that's great news for the Dutch. It keeps them where they stand. They can keep the 4 discarded. They stay in 5th place for the moment on an 8.71 score. Onwards and upwards, Sweden also have a 4 penalty score discarded from their first rider, Valentina Jarl. Now it's going to be the turn of Jonathan Hansen. His individual marker 3.16, and of course a rider that performed excellently at the Baltic Championships, sorry, at the Nordic Championships, I should say, in 2025. He also rode on the team to finish in the top 20 individually. He rides here with Mosheri Vant and Mosheri K Vant Katahai. If Sweden were to have a fence, it would change their mark to 12.42, which would drop them down into 7th place and let Britain, Finland and the Netherlands above them. Oh no! He's not the first to have unfortunately had the last fence down. It's just proved to be a bit of a stretchy, tricky final fence, and that has unfortunately, understandably, brought a little bit of a shake of the head there with Mosheri K, because that 4 penalty score, or one of the 2 4s they've had, were going to count, and that does indeed change things round. And it means that the Netherlands move up to 4th, Finland move up to 5th, and Great Britain up to 6th, Sweden down into 7th place. Ireland, of course, now in 8th, Spain in 9th, and France in 10th. So we're looking for the top 10 to qualify. Now, onwards to Belgium, the team that have had a lot of success over the years, and will be hoping to try and find their way to more success this time round. Last year they picked up the bronze, but of course they've got 4 golds as a team in the last 10 years as well. Now this is Nikita van der Merchen riding with Clayboy. 5.59 the individual score. Team picking up 4 and counting the 4 because they had a 4 penalty discard already. So Belgium, who started the day in 3rd place, are going to go on to a score of 10.41. So it will allow the Netherlands to move up. It will allow Finland to move up, but they will stay ahead of Great Britain. So the British team will remain in 6th place, but after this round, Belgium will have dropped into 5th place. Finland will have gone up to 4th, and the Netherlands up into the bronze. This is the finish line there. 9.59 is their individual total. The 4 penalty score does indeed change the order, and Belgium go into 5th place. But it's, you know, one fence is moving people round or moving teams round by 2 or 3 positions at the moment, and of course we've only jumped 2 riders from all bar 2 of the teams, which we're going to get to in a moment, and things are shuffling each and every round, and it'll be the same through the 3rd and 4th rotations as well. And then it doesn't even bring in to the conversation what's going to happen on Saturday in the finals, when it'll all go through this again. Meanwhile, Switzerland started with a clear round, so they know they're going to stay where they are for the moment, and will hopefully back it up here with Lydia Butel and Ohala 13. Already this year with a lovely double clear for the Swiss in Bustoricio's Nations Cup back at the beginning of May. Now hoping that they can start that run here. Their individual score 2.90. They finished 20th yesterday. Dear, again it's that final fence. We keep seeing it happen, and when it does, the cry goes out. Of course it has an impact on her individual mark because it moves it on to 6.9, but it's the discarded mark for the team, the clear from Sasha Beck, keeping Switzerland where they stand on 5.87. They haven't quite got a full fence over the Netherlands, but they do over Finland, actually. We'll see what happens now, because the team from Germany, the home team, hoping they can continue as they've started. They arrived today with the lead, even with the tiny margins that there were an hour between the teams, but they did enough in the Table C to lead. Now, with a clear round already from Leonard Tillmans, their second rider, is Tony Stormans for the hosts. Riding here with RMF Cinemano. Part of the 2022 Children's Individual Gold. Of course, that year with Dianova. That was the year that the team also, of course, took the gold, and he stood individually on top of the podium. Fences left to go for Tony Stormans as Germany looking to keep the advantage. There seems to be a laser focus between them all this week, and that is continuing. Brilliant, brilliant round from that young man. What a start. A rider they can rely on, and he's there in the middle. I mean, the team are so strong this year, and they're showing it. Tony, well done. RMF Cinemano goes clear, and that is great news. So we've now jumped 2 from each of the teams, or we've got 2 recorded scores from the teams, with 2 left to go in each of the teams. Germany leading the way on 5.30 with the 2 clear rounds, looking in a very strong place. Switzerland 5.87 in second, the Netherlands in third 8.71. Finland 9.08 in fourth, Belgium in fifth on 10.41, Great Britain in sixth on 11.59, Sweden in seventh on 12.42, Ireland in eighth on a score of 13.63, Spain in ninth on 14.53, and in 10th on 15.3 is France. Those at the moment are the teams that qualify to go through to the finals. Italy 11th. Less than 2 penalties behind France, though. Let's see what happens as we go through the third rotation of riders. And we're back with Bulgaria. Well, sadly now, oh dear, I was going to say sadly now all their riders that are remaining, which are 2 of them, including here Lydia Jelaskova and Kardik, are now individuals, because this team of 3 had the elimination from their first rider.
Included the time penalties, we have to adapt the 25 penalties to her first round, so we stay in total for the individual score now of 39.25. Next to go for Team Romania, she comes with a score from 4.86. 12 years old by Los Angeles, Los Rojos, under Elena Pujatia for Romania.
Well, on course now, we look and turn our attention to the Romanian partnership of Andia Potaya. Romania, who had elimination from Daria a little earlier on, now having to count the scores that come from their final two riders. When you need a clear, because you know all the scores have got to count, that you couldn't ask for better, could you? And 4.86 keeps them there on the individual standpoint as well, and well done to them. So means they stay on that 26.54. I mean, I'm not sure that the maths work for Romania to get through, but it will be a good day for them all if they can still continue to jump in such a positive light. The problem is we've seen other teams doing so well that it's making it difficult for anybody to shuffle up too high. There is that movement in the top 10, but not getting in to the top 10, if that makes some sense. Now it is Turkey. Or Turkey, yeah, apologies. Balminelestring here with Agari Delaboy. The Turkish team of three already had it their first rider, but it's a all scores count situation again.
On the end, we have adapted 12 penalties to her first result, so we have a total score with 23.49 for her individual scoring, and also for the team we have 12 points
score
now.
there.
Turkey stays 40.38.
Means that they count that mark, and it pushes them on. Of course, having to count it for the Turkish team as a counting score, so 12 is added into the mix. Now we move our attention from Turkey to Poland. Poland, who have a 9 penalty discarded. Now have Nels Soroka riding Digisport Malik. Round into the final line, 12 it is at the moment as her overall score. It's just the 4 she's added on so far today.
He's coming home with 1 stop.
And there you have it. It's 4 penalties added in, and Poland go to 32.94.
Good now? Everything is clear? Okay, everything is clear on the water, so we stay with 4 points to adapt it to the first round. So we're staying now on the end is 12.17 for the individual scoring and also 4 for the team. So Poland stays for the moment with 32
So that means we have the Polish team, as I say now, have gone to a team total of 32.94. And now it's the turn of Monaco, who are currently sitting in 15th place on a discard of 4 with a clear round. So now as well, they have Liv Perez as their third rider, riding here with Hele Vasqueri. 21.11 their team score at the moment. Working hard through that line, but at the moment it's going well because she's still clear. Monaco, of course, currently sitting on the score they started on, but they won't be after that. Wow, she had, I mean, full marks to her for actually managing to still get her horse, Hele Vasqueri, to go to the water, because you could see suddenly at the last minute how it's going to step out to the side, and she managed to get her legs on quick enough, but it wasn't ideal. And they'll have to count the 4, so 25.11 is where the team total shuffles on to.
Open water, so we adapted 4 points to her score for the individual. We stay now on 11.61, and also for the team, it's for the Team Monaco stays on 25.11. Next to go for Austria, für Österreich. Österreich bisher 0 und 4. They have a clear round and 1 round with 4. Lord Becker.
A bit more attention to the Austrian team now. The team that started in 15th place today have managed to climb to 13th place because they had that clear from Julia at the beginning. Now they have Raphael Vixelbraun and Lord Beckham. And the combination now have just had the first fence down, which is not what they needed. So they're going to move on to 23.15. They'll drop behind Hungary, but stay ahead of the Czech Republic, who we're yet to see. So that could change, but for the moment, that's how it'll stand. Dear, that counts too, but it will count obviously for the Austrian team as a discard score for the time being from Raffaella.
He's coming home with 14 penalties, 12 for the fences, 2 falls at a time, so we have a totally final score for his individual ranking.
Oh, from the Austrians' point of view, that is the discard. They count the 4 from Lisa Gallet, so that 23.15 does drop them behind Hungary for the time being.
For the moment, staying with 23.15. Now the Czech Republic, he's coming with a score from 3.74.
Well, we look across and see now our next partnership following on from Raphael and Austria. It is the Czech rider Albert Pisarik riding Baltic Love, the Czech team who started the day in 14th, currently sitting in 15th place, having now to have this team of 3 riders, and they had to therefore count the 8 from Jana. So, obviously not willing to fall back any further. But Albert's in a decent place. He's the best of their individual riders. 3.74 is his individual score.
And it's a clear round. It's a clear round. So he keep his score for the individual ranking 3.74.
Well, that means they stay where they stand, and Albert Pisarik, who was proving himself to be quite some rider, we've seen it at senior level as well in recent times. Rides with a lot of confidence and flair, and that is great news. It keeps them there on 24.94. Might not be enough to push any higher. We will see. They can trouble with the teams like the Czech Republic and Austria, and the same for Hungary, Spain as another course that are in the top 10, but you need those above you to start faltering for you to climb up. Now Spain, who currently are sitting in 9th place, I've just though had to count that 4 penalty score because they started today in 13th place, and now they're going to have to add 8 on. It's going to move their score to 22.53, and that is going to drop them down into 13th place. I said there'd be a bit of yo-yoing going on. This is Leila, Yasmin Fadik and Garas de Copu.
Today we have 20 penalties in this round, so adapted on her previous round.
So that 25.91 is a 20% or 20 penalty score. Now, it means that becomes the discard, but the 8 from Carlos earlier on is the new counting score they have to bring into play. So they do indeed drop into 13th position. Spain going from the top 10 out of the top 10, which will of course allow the Italian team, at least as it currently stands, to move in. Meanwhile, the Danish team will also hold a hope of maybe getting through, but they have a discard of 13. They've counted a 4 so far. Now it's the turn of Ingrid Christian Lorentzen, who rides here with a Soris FZ. last year on the junior team as well. Final fence yet again proving costly. So from the Danish team point of view, that turns into quite a expensive round. So obviously individually she's moved on to a score of 22.65, but the 16 penalties that have been recorded there will be discarded. But the 13 penalties mean that the team move on to a score of 30.82. Whereas they were knocking on the door of the top 10, that's going to drop them down into 18th position. If I've got my maths anywhere near right. Maybe into, no, apologies, into 17th position. Far off. Now to the Italians, who, as I said, have moved in to the top 10. And the team for Italy started the day in 11th on that score of 12.88, to which they've added 4 to, but they have a big discard they're trying to avoid. This is Gabriele Zanimucci riding Orbit. The discard is 27, so any fences that go will count quite quickly. Oh, over the line. Keeps it just inside the time, but only just. But that was perfectly judged from Gabrielle to get 200ths of a second inside the time. And Orbit is clear. 0 score for Italy when they needed it, and it keeps them in the top 10. So maybe they'll be fine. We will see. They've got an important round to come from Lavinia Labosco as their anchor rider, if they're going to stay there. Certainly had nothing to spare. Well, we move our attention on now to the Hungarian team, who are in 11th place on a team total of 20.31, but they've got an 8 penalty score being held as a discard. Now the turn of Rodrigo Shazai riding Chacotano SZ, this 9-year-old for the team that last year did. Last year actually he was riding in the, was it last year he was in the junior team last year. Got to 5th place individually in the top 20. There you have it, punching the air, and well, you could understand because Hungary keeping the pressure on the Italians in every single way. They need to. I mean, Italy are the ones that have got that massive discard. They need to avoid being used, but Hungary have their own discard. But if you keep jumping clears, nothing will change. But and it'll stay with the Italians as the advantage. But Rodrigo there in great form. Of course, he sticks on his score, or he goes into 8th place individually. So we'll be pleased with that. Next to go, we turn now to Great Britain and their 3rd rider. The British team have moved from 9th up to 6th place so far, with the clear rounds from Holly Gherkin and Nelly Locke. Now it's the turn of Kate Kerr. Petit Fleur van der Waslage is the 3rd team rider. Her individual score of 2.88. If clear, would see her, for the moment, move into 4th place as an individual. And she started the day in 19th. But obviously there are still other riders to come, and there is a whole round here to be jumped. Unfortunately, that has gone, but the British team, having had the 2 clears, have the advantage of being able to discard this score of 4 or more for the moment. But of course, they still have Emily Gulliver to come. Frustrating for Kate is that she was the best placed individual rider within the British team in the juniors after the Table C. Honour will move across to either Nelly Locke as is, or potentially Emily. It's still a superb round under the pressure of the team competitions for anybody today. She ends up on a score of 4. Kate moves on to 6.88 as an individual total. The British team stay on their 11.59. Obviously, they know now they can't go any higher than a 15.59. So, I mean, what that has done is ensured they're definitely through to the final. But they'll still be hoping for more. And Kate, a tremendous jockey, an asset to the team. But just unfortunate today to have that one down as we move on to France, who have been moving in the wrong direction. But now hopefully can stabilise with Basile joining us, Basile Thyssen and G. Envidel Desaston as their 3rd rider. The French team, though, have a 12 penalty discard. These two on 2.77. A clear round would put them into 4th place individually at the moment. The individual order is quite a shake-up, with the top 3 from the Table C all faltering today. France could so do with this being a clear round at this stage. The fence now would be, well, costly to the point that they'll have to count it. Moves them on to 19.3. It'll drop them out of the top 10 for the moment, but only just. They will stay, in fact, they will stay in the top 10 because they'll be better than Hungary. That's 20.31. So it just drops them behind the Italians. It keeps them ahead of the Hungarian team. It does mean they just drop 1 place from 9th to 10th. They swap with Italy. Sadly, that fence is used from Basile Thyssen, and it leaves the pressure on Mila Mulatis to be the last in for France. We continue the climb up the order from France to Ireland as the next to the nations to come forward. The Irish team, after 2 riders, currently sit in 8th place and have now a 12 penalty discard to consider. So the defending champions, now turn to Annie Boland, Callisto Blanc. Knowing that they, again, don't really want to have to start dealing with fences down, because obviously they're going to count. But Annie, yesterday, finished on an individual conversion of 5.36. Oh, the last fence. Yet again, changing the dynamic for yet another rider. And on this occasion, it's Annie Boland for Ireland. 9.36 her individual score. The team total, therefore, moves up to 17.63, which, of course, lets the Italians ahead of them. But it is only the one-place swap. Italy going up into 8th, Ireland into 9th place. Now we look to Finland, who have been on a bit of a march themselves, because they also have 2 clear rounds on the board already. Now this is a massive round as well as an individual, because this is Hugo Konlik riding Vermont too. If he was to leave the fences standing at this stage, he would jump into the lead individually. For the moment, his individual total of 1.84, which saw him finish in 8th place in the Table C, would be enough with a clear to go to the top of the leaderboard on the individual standings. And, of course, a clear would lock in Finland's 9.08, because it would be their 3rd clear round. Feel a lot of people riding this round alongside them, but at the moment Hugo is performing brilliantly in Finland under their chef de keep, Noora Pentti, have delivered perfection so far, and that is clear round number 3. They will start as they finished, or finish as they started. Might have been a better way to put that. Finish as they started today, with that score of 9.08. So the only way is up, shall we say. The Dutch and the Swiss, a fence from either of those 2 teams, from either of their final 2 riders, and it will be to Finland's benefit. They'll be on the move. Let's see what happens. But it's great news from Hugo's point of view, because he's just climbed up to the top of the individual standings for the time being. It might not be that way by the end, but he'll certainly be somewhere there or thereabouts. Now, here we go. I said the Dutch need to concentrate because they have a 4 penalty score discarded. They got the clear from Liselot Koremans, but now it's the turn of Faye Louise Vos. Her individual standing at 2.84. Could get her up into 4th for the time being, but it's the importance of a clear round that is needed, because if they were to have a fence, it would move the team onto 12.71, and that would drop them behind Finland, potentially behind Belgium, depending what they do, and it would also drop them behind Great Britain. drop them behind Sweden. We haven't seen those teams yet.
And it's a clear round for the Dutch team, for the Netherlands. So, for herself, for the individual scoring, she could keep her score 2.84, and a clear round for the team, the second clear round for the team Netherlands. So Netherlands stay at 8.71. Now we're looking to Sweden. They have 4 and 4. Now the third to go with Conny Kontuni Pierce and Nora Andersson for Sweden. Is a score from 2.04.
Onwards now and forwards we move from that score for the Netherlands with the clear round, keeping them very much where they want to be, in third that is. And now we have this combination for Sweden. Sweden have this 4 penalty discard, 12.42 their score. This is Nora Andersson, 2.04 her score, would go into second place if she was to go clear.
And it's a clear round for Sweden. It's a clear round for Nora Andersson and Conny Konturi Pierce. So she keeps her score with 2.04. And also
Lovely
a clear
round
round
indeed.
for Sweden. Sweden stays
The
after
ability of these young jockeys is quite something. Under the pressure of knowing when they need to deliver and being able to put it out of the bag is quite something.
Belgium comes with a score from 1.63. Cordillo van der Bosbrand Z and Louis Lambrecht.
Well, this is now the man on 1.63 that starts off this round here, the all-important round for his nation. Coming back for Belgium, Louis Lambrecht. It's all important because his score is 1.63. If he was to deliver a clear round, not only does it help Belgium, that are currently in 5th place, but it would be he that would move to the top of the board individually, having been in 7th place overnight. And now, was that 4 at the water? I think it was. Fences are standing, but the water went splash. shake of the head, he knows what it meant. It's a score they count as well for the team. Obviously, it stops him moving up to the top of the leaderboard individually. It allows Hugo Connolly to stay on top, but 14.41 drops Belgium now into 7th place. It allows Sweden and Great Britain to move up. So Great Britain move up into 5th place. Now we move to the Swiss. Of course, Belgium, who started the day in 3rd, now down in 7th. As much as they've moved one way today, they could quite easily move the other way when we get to the finals on Saturday. Now, though, it is the Swiss. They are with a clear and a 4 so far, so the 4 discarded. Now Malin Kevin. Soko de Rotanzet. Individual mark is 2.02, which means if she was clear, she would go into 2nd place currently in the individual standings. Time and again, though, we've seen when these young jockeys need to produce the rounds, time and again they seem to be able to find that little bit of magic. This is just the day to find 10 to go through to the final. Of course, they'll carry their scores forward. Ooh, and that means that the Swiss are not going to stay where they currently are, because they're now on a score of 9.87, and that puts them into 4th place. It allows the Dutch up 1 and Finland up 1. Dutch move up into the silver, Finland into the bronze. When we get to the finals, of course, they'll carry their faults. We'll have all these movements going up and down the order. And come the end of the day, the medals will be given away. But for Finland, it's good news for them, and for Netherlands, it's good news for them. But sadly for Switzerland, it does see them drop back onto a score at 9.87. Of course, they still maintain a 4 penalty discard. Now we have one more to go before we take the last break in the class, and this will be key for Germany. Germany don't quite have a full fence in hand over the 2nd place team, but what they do have is 2 clear rounds, so whatever happens here, nothing's going to change. What they also have is an amazing opportunity with this combination to go to the top of the leaderboard in the individual standings, and she wouldn't be able to be beaten. Correction, it's a different rider, but same result. It's Malta. I'm looking at Brianna's name. Malta Meshaforum, if he was to go clear, he would finish on a score of 1.26, finish 4th in those individual rankings in the table C. We know the top 3 have all faltered, so a clear round would mean he'd lead the individual title race and would lock Germany down on a 0 score for today, and they would be guaranteed to move on to the finals in the lead. And Brianna is still to come, and she has the opportunity also to put herself in the top 3 with a clear. Malta Meshaforum. It's over the water. It just looks so simple for him. He's just doing an amazing job. Team Germany in the hunt, trying to find their first gold in the juniors since 2015, trying to do it here at home, and that is mission accomplished today. He will lead the individual standings. Whatever else happens today, it will be he that tops the individual board, and it will be Germany that top the team board going into the final on a score of 5.30. Still with Brianna Beerbohm to come, but her score will not affect their team outcome. And Brianne, though, will be able to put herself in play and potentially into the silver medal position for the individuals. We will see what happens. We've still got one round, one rotation of riders to come. 20 more to go. We'll be back in a moment.
Stays in the lead, 1.26. Congratulations.
Tell me when did it go? I don't wanna go home. We'll be dancing till Nirvana. Moonlight leads the way. I hear 1,000 songs, but you're the only melody. If we're dancing till tomorrow, need you next to me. I hear 1,000 songs, but you're the only melody. La 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 la.
She like the love, she like the high. I've seen it all too many times. You're riding more, she's dropping back, fork in the road. This fate of mine, I act like I don't keep dressing for the storm, wind, flame, the sky. Oh, I know I'm damned if I do, damned if I don't. Wherever I end up, it's never no surprise. Should've told you I could see this coming, like I'm looking right into a crystal ball. When I fall in love, it's sweet and it's fun. Oh, I wish I wasn't Mr. Know-it-all. Give you everything you say you want. See the future like it's written on the wall. You're the only thing that's missing from me. Oh, I wish I wasn't Mr. Know-it-all. Mr. Know-it-all. Pulling dominoes from a copycat. Set 'em up and watch 'em fall. Do it over again. Like a tennis ball. Do a silly bet. Bet you never end up falling back in my hands. Oh, should've told you I could see this coming. Like I'm looking right into a crystal ball. When I fall in love, it's sweet and it's fortune. Oh, I wish I wasn't Mr. Know-it-all. Give you everything you say you want. See the future like it's written on the wall. You're the only thing that's missing from me.
you got me electrified. 'Cause even when you're gone, 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 I still feel the aftershock. All through the night, I'm ticking like a bomb, bomb, bomb. I still feel the aftershock. Hot damn, yeah, I can feel the tremors all night. I never had a vision so bright. Got my head and my heart on lock, and I still feel the aftershock. Electrified, sparks between our bodies from your hand to mine. It's my kind of party, yeah. It comes and goes in waves. You take my breath away. Lightning strikes 'cause you know how to love me right. Electrified, 'cause even when you're gone, 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 I still feel the aftershock. All through the night, I'm ticking like a bomb, bomb, bomb. I still feel the aftershock. Hot damn, yeah, I can feel the tremors all night. I never had a vision so bright. Got my head and my heart on lock.
Well, we get set to move forward and onwards to the next of our classes. The next of the rotations in this class might have been a better way of me putting that. Right, we have one more rider to go from each of our teams. So we return to Bulgaria. Of course, these riders now competing actually as individuals due to the elimination of the team, but we'll focus in on the way the teams are going to wrap up. Who will be in the top 10? How many who will get through to Saturday's team final? And what will the scores be like? We know that Germany are going to lead the way because they've already secured that position, but everything else is yet up for grabs. Now, Bulgaria. This is Crunch de Luans and Marta Kusheva. Unfortunately, she's just had the first fence down, who add to her 11.57. Bit deep coming into the final line. Hopefully she'll be okay over the last. No. And that went wrong on the way into that line rather than ultimately where the fence went down on the way out. Bad luck there to Crunch de Lawrence. 22.57 her individual score. And that 11 added in to the mix today. Bad luck to the Bulgarian lineup. Obviously still more individual jumping to come. All of the individuals will compete again on Saturday in what is also the team final. And then from that, the top 30 will go forward into the individual finals at the weekend. Now, onwards and upwards to the Romanian team, who, despite having that elimination, have kept themselves relatively stable on their score of 26.54 now, but anything here would count. This is Brianna Elena Vasil. Rides with LA Style K. Her third European outing. The 4 makes 8 now with that going down. Over the last to pick up a time penalty on top of it all. So their score of 9 today adds in to the total. Unfortunately there for Romania. That 9 means that the team finish on a score of 35.54. So not in the end worked out for them. The upside of their day was Andrea Lenibotara, who is inside the top 20 at the moment individually. Now we move on to Turkey. Turkey are here, who have their team of 3 riders, so happy to count the scores. This there is Alin Yalitsi, and this lovely ride is Lenit WW. 2.90 was her individual mark after the conversion for the Table C. That repeated now would at least jump her up into the top 8. As things stand. Turkey unable to muster the score to get into the top 10, so it's the individual score that really counts for these two. Confident round of jumping from these two. One more to go, just get over the last, come on, up and down, and there you have it, 2.9, they stick to the score they started on, and it'll put them 8th, as you see, individually for the moment. Big applause from the Turkish team, well deserved. The team score may not reflect what they would have ideally wanted, but Edwin Schmitz knows that with Alin there, that you have a rider that is still in contention individually. So the team score is 40.38.
With a score from 9.87. Next to go is for
Poland. On to Poland now. They discard their holders of 9. Now it is Anatolia Kurushka. King Clinton. Individual scored 9.87. Anchoring the team in. Frustratingly, though, that is a fence that goes and accounts to their score as an individual. 13.87 is where they move to, and it means the Polish team will move on to 36.94, which drops them behind Romania. So Romania will move up into 17th place, and the Polish team into 18th place.
Monaco with a clear with 4 and 4. Next to go with a score from 8.17. Carrasco set and Freier Max Clark, Monaco.
Well, the next to go rides for Monaco. This is Freya Banks-Clark, the last of the team riders for Monaco. Of course, they started with that lovely clear from Romain Serret. They're holding a 4 penalty score as a discard. Now they're going to have to count that score, so they will finish on 29.11, although it will not affect where they currently sit in the order. They will stay in 15th place as things stand, because the Danes on 30.82 are in 16th.
Re-elected included one for the time 9 penalties to the previous round.
So that was 17.17 as an individual total with the score from today heading into the Monaco mix, but as I said, it won't count as a score. It'll be the discarded score for Monaco, so they will stay in 15th place. 29.11 their team total, 9-4. Freya, now the turn of Austria. Austria, who are currently holding 13th in the order, have a 14 discarded though. This is Anna Blutz and Lino P. Their individual score of 4. Austria started the day in 15th place. She sticks to the 4. It'll put her in the top 15 currently for the individual standings. 8 is what it is in the end, and that means that she'll go down into about 35th place. There you have for the last of the Austrian team, and it's accounting for 27.15. Will drop them behind the Czech Republic for the moment, but the Czech team is still to jump, so that could swing back the other way. So they go into 14th place, the team from Austria. The Czech Republic move up to 13th, for the moment at least. To find out though what the Czech team are able to do, because here is their final rider. The anchorman is Valvik Humpelik, and this is Elvista. The withdrawal of one of their riders meant that now all their scores have had to count, but Albert Pisarik gave them a clear round. That has meant they are still able to finish on 24.94 as a team. If a clear round came their way now, it would keep them in 13th place. And then it would be down to the teams that are yet to come as to whether they move up or not. Frustratingly, though, that is 4. They get a, as we know, count, so they'll reverse positions with the Austrian team. For the moment, they stay ahead of Monaco, but they can't afford another jump. Did that? There was a little bit of kickback on the sand. I don't think it counted, though, as a fault. They do indeed keep it at the 4. They go on to 9.81 individually into 45th place, but as a team it moves the Czech team back round, as I say, with Austria. So the Czech Republic into 14th, Austria back up into 13th place. The next team to go will be the Spanish team, who started the day in 13th and are currently sitting in 12th. They started strong, but they now sit with a 20 penalty score as a discard. It's an important round, though, individually. 3.38, if kept, would be good enough for the top 10 currently. This is a combination that started today in 26th position. This is Uxa Aruza Rodriguez and Clarin de Lemos, the anchor rider for the Spanish team. Part of that same team, actually, that for the children 3 years ago, took the silver individual medal. Oh no, not again. That final fence has caused so much anguish and heartbreak throughout the day. Time and again, when we think we're about to see it clear, a fence gets in the way. 4 it is as a final score, and that, of course, counts for their individual mark, pushes them over onto 7.38 and down into 35th place instead of into the top 10 for the moment. Of course, it means that the Spanish team finish on a score of 26.53. It does mean that they sit 12th as it stands. Now we look to Denmark. The Danish team, though, who have slipped down the order as the day has progressed, going from 12th now down into 16th position. And still holding on to a 16 penalty discard as they had to count a big score early on. Their last rider starts on an individual mark of 5.85. Palmer, Sophie Gray, Janssen Christensen riding Coco Chanel. Last year jumped into 5th place individually in the Children's Europeans. Not to be. 4 scored and 9 is where she is now, 9.85. So the Danish team adding another 4 pushes them onto 34.82, but it doesn't actually change their position in the order for the moment. If they were to have another one, it would. Jumps the last. So that is Palmer, Sophie Gray, Janssen Christensen finishing things off for our Danish lineup, and they finish in 16th, 34.82. The Danish team moving from 12th down into 16th position. Well, the next to go is the Italian team. Now, the Italian team have been on the move in the upward direction throughout the course of this class. They started the day in 11th place. They're currently sitting in 8th place. The catch, and there's always a catch, the discard they've been avoiding is the 27 from their first rider. So the pressure's been on. They had a 4 and a clear to follow. Now over to Lavinia Labosco, the anchor rider for the Italians. Children's Team Silver back in 2022. Big moment, big round, important round. It really ideally needs to be a clear round to lock lock Italy in to the top 10 and qualification for Saturday's team final for the juniors. Absolutely on their marks. It's a lovely big jump over the water, knowing there are just 2 fences left to go to try and guarantee the Italians a place in Saturday's team final. One more jump left to do that. And the clear round is theirs. Oh, a time penalty, but it won't matter. So they do indeed pick up a 1 penalty score. 17.88 it does change where they are, because it means they drop behind Ireland, but they'll know in that they are definitely through. The Italians have made it into the team final. See how Ireland get on in due course. Obviously they started in 7th and are currently in 8th. At the moment it'll be the Hungarian team that are missing out because of the climb from the Italians. The Hungarian team started in 10th and they now dropping into 11th place with an 8 penalty score held as a discard. A clear round here though, and problems for the likes of France could still turn things round. We'll see. But clear is really what's needed from Laszlo Numero-Rossi here as the last up for this team, riding with Coden VA. Clear round from these two, and then the wrong sort of round from the likes of France or even Ireland could somehow allow Hungary back into the top 10, but they, as I say, need a clear, and then they're reliant on problems for one of those other 2 teams. But that isn't going to help the matter. It's a definite splish, splash, splosh as they hit the water. They move on to 24.31, which the last goes as well, so that's also going to count. 28.31 drops them down 2 places. They fall into 13th position. It allows Austria up and Spain now in 11th place. So it's the Spanish team on 26.53.
Now Great Britain.
to see if they can still get through. There are maths that allow that to potentially work. We'll see when we get there. We know, though, that the next team we see have definitely qualified. They started the day down in 9th place. They're currently sat in 5th place with a 4 penalty score as a discard, but they have one more rider still to go. How can these two do? Emily Gulliver, Glamour de Vie. The ride that took her to the children's team gold in the Netherlands 2 years ago. Of course, she also has a bronze medal from Italy on the team in 2023 as well. The anchor part of this British junior lineup that have 2 clears with Holly Gherkin and Nelly Locke, and the 4 penalties they have as the discard at the moment from Kate Kerr. Her individual score 4.06. To the upright before the water. Now down to the water. British team looking to try and lock in 3 clears and stay on the score they started with a tip of a toe. It stayed on this occasion. Superb Emily Gulliver has anchored in the team in fine style, and the British lineup have indeed finished on 11.59. Tracy Newman's team with Holly Gherkin, Nelly Locke, Kate Kerr and Emily Gulliver have guaranteed themselves at least to finish in 5th place today, having started, as I say, in 9th. Has put them on a charge. They've been going in the right direction, like a few of the teams around them. Finland, the other one. Germany, we know, are doing well. You're going to be just over 4 penalties off the lead. Well, now we go to France. As I said, there is a set of scoring circumstances that could see France fall away if they were not careful. They're on a team total of 19.3, which gives them about 7.5 penalties lead over Spain. Spain, we know, have finished, but the discard is 12. So an 8 penalty score at this point for Maya Mullen-Tjesta and Helium Delphine would become quite an expensive 8, as it would suddenly cost them. Every little tap of a toe makes a sound that you don't want to hear if you're supporting the French team. Under pressure, knowing it really should and needs to be clear to keep France into the top 10 final, and that she's delivered. They are through to the team final. Well done, France. A great score from them.
On 7.78 and brings 0 for her team. So Team France.
Superb. Congratulations to the French lineup. They are definitely in. Definitely in. Well, there is now 7 teams left to go. Now the Irish up next. They are sitting in 8th place. They have a 12 penalty discard. They're on a score of 17.63. If for some reason that 12 penalties came into play, it would drop the Irish out and allow the Spanish in. Obviously, there's still the Italians' scores to be worked out, which again, it's all that, the maths works one way, but ideally you stop it working anyway by jumping a clear. Good luck to the last from Ireland. In the team now, Jack Kent is the anchor rider. As part of last year's team gold medal winning lineup. Now this year though with Ollie van Klapputten. He's also the individual pony champion of 2024. He's a reliable anchor for the lineup. They need that reliability today to keep Ireland on this score of 17.63. Ideally don't want to give away any more advantage to the teams above them when they're looking to try and bring themselves back into it on finals day on Saturday for the juniors. His individual score of 2.33, if he was to hold that, would put him equal fifth. He started the day in 25th. If he jumps this, as I say, for the moment it's equal fifth. And Ireland stay where they are. They're on 8, in 8th. 17.63 is the score for them. With 8 to the total from what they started upon, but it has ensured the defending champions go through to the final, and that great news for Jack from an individual standpoint, because he holds fire on 2.33, goes into equal fifth place and the best placed individual Irish rider. Next to go, we look to the Finnish team, who have they've been one of the most outstanding teams today, no question about it, with 3 clears from 3 riders: Sani Ili, Ada Hamilin and Hugo Konnelig. Hugo, of course, is sat up there in the individual silver position still at the moment as well. This now is going to be the anchor rider, Vera Selimin. Her score of 3.31 is the individual mark she has from day 1. If she can keep that, she'll go into 11th place at the moment. We know that Finland are assured of a 9.08. I'm sure they'd just like a full house of clears to wrap up their day, if they can. Frustrating to see a fence fall, unfortunately, late on in the course there for Vera Selimin from her individual standpoint, but obviously it doesn't affect the team, so there is that they can take away. Well done today, though, to Finland. They are now assured of finishing, at least today, in the bronze medal position going into finals day. They'll be third. Depending what the Dutch do, they could yet climb at least another place, but we'll see what happens with the Netherlands in a moment, because they are next. And the Dutch, who have secured 2 clears and a 4, so the 4's been discarded, meant that they have also been on the move in an upward direction. Their last rider is Nina Hutzacker, riding her Fire Z. If she stays clear, the Dutch stay second. If she was to have a fence down, the Dutch would drop into, I'm just having a look actually, my maths, 8.71 would give them 12.71, which at the same time would actually drop them into 6th place. That's how close things are, and the difference that a fence would make. So there's a little bit of pressure, to say the least, here on the Dutch star, Nina Utzaka, with her 5Z. Part of the silver medal winning team with High Five last year. Who started the day in 5th place, try to finish the day in 2nd place. For that to happen, 2 more fences need to be cleared. Can they do it? 1 more jump left, and that is quite some day for the Netherlands. In this junior team first round, they have found their way up to the silver medal position going into the final. And they are within a fence of the lead. 8.71 versus the 5.3 that Germany will be on. So, in fact, both of the teams, both the Netherlands and Finland, are within that 4 penalty margin of Germany, which will make for an exciting finals day, I can assure you. But we still need to continue to adjust the order, and Sweden, who started the day in 4th, currently trying to lock in 6th place. Their score 12.42. We know they're definitely going to be going through to the final, but obviously what score we will see. Their discard is a 4. Their last rider is with us. This is Matilda Hansen and Liudam's Warrior, with an individual mark of 3.22. Oh, big jump over the water. Final line coming their way, Matilda Hansen. 3.22 as well, would obviously just put her at 11th place at the moment. Fiddle B, she's in on the clock by just under a second. Matilda, well done. Sweden getting 2 clears from their final 2 riders, only added 4 to the score today, so they end up in 6th place, just starting the day in 4th. But it's so tight between all the teams, as I say, with the way it is, it's going to be more yo-yos on Saturday in the final. Well, the next team started the day in 3rd place. Sadly, though, the team has struggled a little bit. And, now just trying to lock in 7th place. They are guaranteed a top 10 finish, though, Belgium, so we know they're going through. Uter's the last of the riders in for the team, with Suzanne de Mariposa. Round indeed to wrap it up. Belgium, well done. They needed that, I feel, just to boost a bit of confidence in the team as well with those 4 penalties coming from the other riders. They, in the end, also got a 0 score from the anchor rider. Set Wouters, well done to him. Of course, he's already taken gold on the children's team in 2021 and part of the team bronze last year. With that was with Quito. Well, the next up is the Swiss team. They are currently in 4th, but they also have a discard score. But they're also in the position where a clear round here would allow would allow Laurent Andre to finish on a score of 1.55. Now, she started the day in 6th place. It would push her for the moment up into the silver medal position if she was to go clear. So it's a big moment individually as well as obviously for the team. We know the team are through, but if they were to have a fence, it would drop them down a couple of spots. Swiss team started the day in 2nd place, we know that, but they are now... Oh, that looked awfully close to being a foot in the water. Hopefully it was just a bit of a kickback of sand. Of course, we have a really bad angle for being able to get any judgment on that. You're just sort of looking from a distance, but it looks good, and therefore this could and should and is clear. Well done indeed. She has jumped her way up the order. Well done to Laurent Andre. LB Zonel, the second, goes into the silver medal position individually, and that leaves us just one more rider left to go. Of course, typically it's a rider that could push her down into the bronze medal position individually, because it's one of the German riders, Brianna Beerbaum, who's in a rather good place at the moment. She will go into the silver medal position. We know Malte Mescher-Forman, the German rider, Blue Water, is going into the individual gold. We know Germany are going to stay in the individual gold, whatever happens here, going forward into the finals. To remind you again, the team final, the top 10 teams will battle it out. They'll carry their scores forward into Saturday morning's team final. And then the junior individual final, which will be for the top 30 at that stage, will take place on Sunday afternoon. Tomorrow, the medal day involves the team final for the children in the morning and the young riders in the afternoon. This, though, is the last of the day. Brianna Beerbaum riding here with Kiss Me. The young lady, of course, who has already got a team gold medal from the children's in Italy in 2023 and the individual bronze in 2024. What a day for the hosts in the juniors. This could well be. It's a full house of clear rounds as Brianna Beerbaum locks in their 4th clear. And for Germany to lead the way into the finals. And of course now for Germany to have Malte Mescher-Forman and Brianna Beerbaum, their Up in the gold and silver medal positions individually, Laura Andre in the bronze medal position for the Swiss. It has been quite some day of ups and downs, but there's been a consistency to Germany. They have just delivered time and time again, and they are certainly on target and will be the favourites, perhaps, for the gold in the juniors come Saturday morning. We will see. It is Germany that lead the team competition on a score of 5.3, from the Netherlands on 8.71 and Finland on 9.08. Of course, then it is Switzerland, Great Britain, Sweden, Belgium, Ireland, Italy and France that will join them in that team final. There's the order individually on the screen. As you can see, Germany 1 and 2, but it's there's not even a fence between the 12 you can see there. I mean, there's a fence. I was just having a look, actually. 4 penalties would go down to 19th position. So if you have a fence, and there's a lot of individual rounds still to come, but the consistency will be key. I hope you can join us tomorrow when the medals will be awarded. We've seen some amazing sport today, plenty of tension, plenty of ups and downs, and plenty of great action. Some amazing young jockeys. They should all be exceptionally proud of their performances, and we'll look forward to seeing who comes out on the podium tomorrow. From me, Gareth Jenkins, I'll say farewell for today and catch you in the morning.
Here, it's a main case of family Horse, the Children's Cancer Foundation. Here we want auctioneering our 3 good luck balls with all horseshoes from all competitors. They come in this year here to the European Championships in Hagen. We build it extra for tonight. Please help us to enjoy the evening and make the kids in the Children's Hospital happy and success. And we try our best and stay tonight with us here in Hagen. Thanks for your time. We'll see us in 14 minutes.
Half asleep at the wheel, yeah, we're struggling to save us. So we both get drunk and talk.